as it will live on, taped on the WHCI YouTube channel. So we'll look for them there. And here to get us started and to keep the conversation moving is guest moderator and good friend of the Playhouse, Chuck Coursey. Chuck is also a West Hartford resident and former town council member and a self-proclaimed history buff, I believe. Chuck, thank you so much for being here, and I'm going to turn this over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Tracy. Yes, history and theater buff. What a nice blend of two passions. Thanks for the introduction, and also thank you for everything that you at the Playhouse have been doing to continue to bring art to our community during these most difficult times. We all know that you can't have art without artists, and for that, David, we are so grateful for your work in writing and starring in Kennedy, Bobby's Last Crusade. Why don't we start out? Where did your interest in Robert Kennedy and this material come from, and what led you to write and perform in this really wonderful show?
Well, thank you, and thank you to the Playhouse for presenting it in this way. It wasn't the way we wanted to do it originally. It was meant to be a live theater piece, but we're really glad that we had this opportunity to turn it into what those of you who watched it got to see. I too am a bit of a history buff. I think that's one of the great things that actors get to be is, so many plays either, history is part of so many plays that needing to know about what happened when is a curiosity that's sort of embedded in the actor's process. Not just why things happen, but the setup to why things happen. And so maybe that's part of my reason for being a history buff. My father had a connection with Jack Kennedy. He served as a staff member for the Council of Economic Advisors. And I have a picture of him with Jack Kennedy. So I always had a little bit of, I knew who the Kennedys were, and I came from an academic family, so there's a lot of history and talk at our tables, and so I knew Bob Kennedy's story a little bit, and I had a connection to another theatrical connection, which led me to doing a lot of research about him, and it was through that research that I gained a much greater understanding of his life, less about his work, but about his life and how, of course, it related. He was a man that his life and his work were so tied together. He experienced things viscerally, and he then attempted to make changes or do his set policy based on his emotional, often an empathetic response to people's needs and problems. So it was during the spring of 2017 that I, kind of reeling from the past election and understanding, looking at the rhetoric of the day and being kind of put something in my head, went, wow, Bob Kennedy talked about these same issues, but so much better, with so much more eloquence and a kind of personal commitment. And I thought, there's been other theatrical things about Kennedy, but most plays are about the person, the biography. And I thought, well, maybe there's an idea here for a play about the politician. And particularly as I then thought, well, maybe narrow it down to those few months of his exciting and tragically aborted presidential campaign of 1968. So that was how I got into it. And then I used, if politics was the linchpin, then maybe the speeches that he gave in that period are my jumping off points to telling the story. So I think that was basically the impetus. And then I went back and did a lot more research on the political nature of the campaign, not just the personal. And then I tried to weave them together to make the play.
Well, just absolutely fabulous. And I remind folks in the audience that might be watching is you still have time, if you haven't seen the show yet, to download it and or to activate it and buy it before midnight tonight. You then have 48 hours after that time in which you can view it. Burke, your dad actually worked very closely with Attorney General Kennedy, Senator Kennedy. What insights into the man that your dad might have shared with you can you share with us?
Well, thank you, Chuck. And first, Tracy, I also want to just second what Chuck said. Your enthusiasm for our community, what you do to make the Playhouse such a success, really a testament to your energy and your devotion, and all of us in West Hartford are really appreciative of that. So it's a pleasure for me to do this today. Robert Kennedy was the Attorney General of the United States, as you all know, and my father was the head of the Civil Rights Division, Assistant Attorney General, from 1960 to approximately 1965. And I was born in 1963. I was born in May of 1963. In June of 1963, Medgar Evers was assassinated. And there was a demonstration down in where he was killed. And my father was involved in trying to stop what could have been a serious riot there. Robert Kennedy used to tell my father that he wanted action, a lot of action, move quicker on voting rights, move faster, get more cases filed. Robert Kennedy had a warmth and a certain energy. That these are all from what my father's notes and what he's written about. You have to appreciate he was 33 years old when he became Attorney General. So his enthusiasm and his wit, which comes out in the campaign. If you want a good example of that is in Elkhart, Indiana, where he makes a very amusing joke about everybody asking me how many people are voting for me. Everybody's voting for me. Then he says, how many people have read my book? And everybody cheers they have. And that's what he says, oh, you're all liars. Mm-hmm. So he had a great wit about him and people liked to work for him. But he also was a hard driver. He asked a lot of you. He asked a lot of himself, and he expected performance. As Chuck knows, Edward Bennett Williams was a friend of the Kennedys, and he used to believe in something called contest living. And the Kennedys were competitive people, and they played hard. And as a child, if I had an opportunity to be around some of Robert Kennedy's kids, it was always about, you want to have a race? Let's have a race. Can you swim? Let's see how fast you can swim in the pool. And it was, I was more of a shy kid, and I was surprised by that kind of energy. He was also, Robert Kennedy in 1968 was very committed to Bedford-Stuyvesant, which is, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. And when he became senator of New York, he asked my father to come up and help lead an effort to try to redevelop sections of Brooklyn. It was really the first kind of public-private partnership that was started to try to do something about some of the problems in some of the cities around the country. And we were focused on Brooklyn. So I moved up there and had a chance to, grow up in Brooklyn near where a lot of effort went in to try to redevelop Bedford-Stuyvesant. One thing that my father used to always say to us, though, and John Lewis talks about this, and it's my father's role in the Justice Department and Burke Marshall's role, they were just providing crawl space for the students. And it was really, the movement was really due to the students and what they did to try to bring about change. Those who worked at SNCC or those that worked for Dr. King. It was just good luck that the Justice Department was working alongside them, but the credit really belongs to the students in the civil rights movement. And the culmination of that energy led to the Civil Rights Act in 1964 and the Voting Rights Act in 1965. And so, Chuck, for me to talk about Robert Kennedy today is a pleasure. He meant a lot to my family. We knew him in the sense that my father talked to him with a lot of admiration, liked his determination, wanted to work hard for him to make a difference, and admired his mind and his faith. So that's why I'm happy to be here today.
Thanks, Burke. Actually, while we're talking about art, there's a great piece of art, the movie Mississippi Burning, that I would encourage folks to watch. William Dafoe, the great actor, plays Burke's dad. The character is based on Burke's dad, and Burke's dad was charged by. You could tell it better, Burke, but
Well, yeah, just briefly, that was the case in 1964 where 3 civil rights workers were killed: Mickey Schwerner, Andrew Goodman, and Cheney, James Cheney, and it was a terrible, brutal murder. And it took 3 years, but over a long effort, there was some prosecutions, and several members of the Ku Klux Klan were convicted in front of an all-white jury in Mississippi. And my father was the prosecuting attorney on that case, and did a lot of the investigation with it. But that was really the first, in terms of your history buffs. My father used to say that the FBI wasn't contributing a whole lot to civil rights and to doing things until that murder. And then Hoover started to move much more aggressively to mobilize the FBI to investigate and to try to do something about the caste system that was taking place in the southern states in the United States at that time. But so that's what Chuck's referring to, the Mississippi Burning case. A lot of fiction in that movie.
Yeah.
Movies are, and
Panic effect.
right. But so if you want the real records, you can go to the library in Princeton. Has all my father's records, and you can study it there.
So I'm going to add to that.
Sure.
If somebody, Burke is being very modest about his father.
He is.
His father literally walked all over the South looking for witnesses and convincing scared Black people to sign affidavits to take cases to court. And he was very much a person in present in those cases. And if you want to read one of the most really compelling orations to make you a proud American, you can go online and read John's summation in that murder case, which involved the sheriff of Neshoba County. And you can read what he says to this all-white jury and got them to convict. It's very, very compelling and inspirational.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for adding that. Yeah, Burke needs his own publicist, I think. But
Well, it could be you, Chuck.
yeah, we'll see about that. But Mike, if you could just elaborate, you worked on Senator Kennedy's '68 presidential campaign, and very close to what was going on, and actually involved, sadly, with his funeral. Could you share your experiences with us?
Sure. Before I talk about the end, let me just pick up and talk about the beginning, and let me pick up on something that David said, because I think it really was apropos when I watched the play. What struck me immensely was that all of the issues that we're talking about today, except for the war, are what we were talking about and what the senator was talking about in that campaign in spades and more eloquently. Sadly, their issues are with us today. It made me kind of think hard about the fact that they are with us today, and he was talking about them before other people were talking about them in many ways. Many more white people were talking about them. So just briefly, I was a junior in college at MIT, and my professor in one political science course was a friend and very close speechwriter of Robert Kennedy, a fellow named Dick Goodwin. And he was up on weekends campaigning for McCarthy, and I was sort of going with him a bit, and I was writing columns in the MIT paper, reasoned columns, trying to make the case why Senator Kennedy should run, who he's reluctant to run because he didn't want it to be a personal battle with the president. And Goodwin kept saying, well, I'm giving him your columns and I'm telling him, so you should run. I don't know if that was true or not, but anyway, I went to work for McCarthy with Goodwin for a while. And when Senator Kennedy entered the campaign, Goodwin switched, which everybody expected, and I got to go along for the ride. And it was a life-changing experience for me. The reason that I was interested was because I think, people today think that times are turbulent, but I don't want to sound like it has been, but 1968 makes this year look like a tea party. There was the war. There was, the country was coming apart at the seams and in the streets, and every day. It wasn't periodic. And I felt like I had been inspired by his brother, and I felt like, he was the person who was both inspiring and politically astute enough to both get the nomination and to win, to throw over Johnson and to win, which after all was the goal, not to just throw out Johnson. And so I went to work, and I started at the bottom and got to move up and do some interesting things in various primaries. I worked in Indiana, Oregon, California, basically, like running an operation in part of a city, trying to get people to vote for Senator Kennedy and organize around that. And the thing about David's play struck me also was that what Senator Kennedy was a person who challenged everybody and told them things they didn't want to hear, but in the same breath inspired you to overcome your opposition and overcome your limitations and get you to do something that you didn't want to do or was difficult or unpleasant. And so anyway, we were, as Chuck was asking, I was in California at the hotel that night, and we were all kind of thrilled and waiting for him to speak. And then he spoke, and then a short while after that, of course, he was murdered, and we didn't know. We sat there in California for a couple of days hoping that something positive would come out of the news, which it didn't. And then we all flew back to the East Coast. And I don't know how it happened. I suppose many of us on the staff got a telegram inviting us to go to St. Patrick's. And so we went to the funeral in St. Patrick's, and I was among a few young people that worked for the campaign, and we were all very angry and bitter, but not just because of the assassination, but because, it seems kind of odd now, but the cathedral was full of politicians, 80% of them who didn't really support Senator Kennedy, didn't care about Senator Kennedy, to us at least, hated Senator Kennedy, all the trite things that people would say. And it was a very bitter pill. We were young and somewhat cynical, but bitter pill to see all these pals. And then, so I came out of the cathedral and I ran into Ted Kennedy's administrative assistant, and we kind of berated him about how unfair it was that all these pals were going to the funeral and none of the young people who were working their tails off for him and were participating in that. It wasn't fair. So Jim wrote on my telegram, he said, think about security these days. He wrote, admit to the train. So I took my telegram and we went down to Penn Station. There was zero security. I showed my telegram with this handwritten, I could have written it, to the conductor. And he said, okay, get on. So we got on the train. We were on this funeral train. And everybody thought it was going to be like 4 hours to DC. Nobody remotely thought it was going to be 10 hours. And I urge people, if they can find something on YouTube or some other place, to watch the movie. There's some great photography and great film clips of the train, because
there's a little bit at the end of the play, in fact.
Yes.
There's a bit of it.
Well, being on the train, again, I was 21. I had never been to an Irish wake. And this was just a bunch of people drinking and laughing and celebrating. And it was, again, I was very, my reactions were not pleasant ones. It was upsetting, because I was depressed and upset and whatever. And a few of us were like that. I remember seeing Dick Goodwin in the corner crying most of the time. But the thing about the train was, as I said on another occasion, the train was the campaign. Because if you looked out the window for all those hours and hours and hours, these were the people, these were Senator Kennedy's people. They were white, black, poor, mostly, not middle class for the most part, working people just standing on the side of the train tracks with a sign or American flag or saluting. And it was very moving. You could tell I was still moved by it. But to end that story, we get to Washington and we're wandering around the train. I'm in the front four cars and they detached the front four cars from the back of the train. I didn't know why. It turned out all the VIPs were in the front four cars. So when we got out of the train, there was two college kids, these nobodies, and all these 100 limousines lined up. We get in a limousine with two governors from some states and their wives. And again, we were driving through DC and people are out in the streets singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. It's very moving time. The irony of it, when we got to the funeral gravesite, we got out and I'm standing next to Dean Rusk, who was the epitome of everything we hated.
Yeah.
And that was that. But wonderful man.
That's incredibly powerful, Mike. I really appreciate you sharing with us that. That's just incredible. And I'd like to follow up something you were talking about earlier, and that's the comparisons between '68 and what we're going through now. Judge Stevens, based on your extensive life's work in civil rights and the law, what comparisons can you make between today and then, and perhaps more importantly, what kind of lessons from 1968 should we have learned about where we are today?
Well, there are so many overlapping themes that it's difficult to review them briefly. And I really don't want to comment on lessons too much because I don't want it to be too specific. I don't have any specific comments to our present election. But let me focus on two overlapping themes that are important and prominent. The two involving the nature of American politics and the nature of American politicians. I think those are two issues which are very prominent in David Arrow's play. The historical context and the specifics are very different. But as Mike Devorkin just indicated, the topics are so salient and similar. For example, the topic of war was prominent in Robert Kennedy's political career throughout. And the turmoil and the controversy over the Vietnam War was a significant issue at that time. And the topic of war is still prevalent today. Certainly the specifics and the context are different, but we're still struggling with issues regarding war, for example, in both American involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan. We're trying to get ourselves extricated from those conflicts. Certainly the topic of civil rights. Today, we are still struggling with social injustice and racial disparities. And as shown in the play, these are issues that rocked our country during that era. And they are issues for which Robert Kennedy very eloquently and sincerely advocated and promoted. The topic of gun control. Gun control is an issue which is prevalent in politics today, and the issue of gun control was not lost on Robert Kennedy, particularly in light of his brother's assassination at the time. Healthcare, as Mr. Arrow in the play emphasized, one of the campaign themes of Robert Kennedy's campaigns for health care, as well as poverty and income disparity. These are all issues that Robert Kennedy focused on during his campaign speeches, and they are all topics that continue to be prominent in today's political environment. So the overlaps are very salient and continue to be very significant. And the second area of overlap that I want to comment on just briefly is the nature of American politicians themselves, what it means to be a politician in our democratic form of government. Then, as now, politics involve ambition and power and positioning and posturing and positioning and even a degree of ruthlessness. But furthermore, as depicted in the play, it's the issue of what is involved personally in being a politician and running for office as a politician. As depicted in the play, Robert Kennedy's campaign exemplified his desire to serve, not so much for self-promotion or self-aggrandizement, but to serve the interests of others, especially those who are disadvantaged and especially those who are underprivileged. I remember what stood out at one point in the play. David used the word genuineness and the fact that the American people need and want genuineness out of the people who are running for office. And that genuineness kind of meant to me that then as today, character still counts, where the attributes of honesty, integrity, and truth are personal qualities of a politician and that are as important now as they were in Senator Kennedy's life and lifetime. And I think those are significant overlaps between Robert Kennedy's campaign, as so very forcefully depicted in the campaign speeches that David decided to emphasize. They were significant in his life, in his lifetime, and there are issues which are still prevalent today.
If I might just say, first of all, Your Honor, thank you for calling me occasionally Mr. Arrow. It makes me feel much more important than I am. But I'm more comfortable with David. We've all remarked on the connection between what's going on now and what was going on then. And that was indeed, as I said, major inspiration. But I also wanted it to be a play about today. It wasn't, I mean, it took place in 1968, but it was for those very reasons that you so eloquently and graciously pointed out are the focus of the play. And so I appreciate that. But it is a play about now, and the parallels are remarkable. I switch myself sometimes between being depressed that we're not, this is 50 years ago, and we haven't done much. The reality is we've done a fair amount, but the other side of being depressed about that we haven't fulfilled these challenges that Bob Kennedy and others did put out there. And then sometimes I flip and I go into a kind of optimism that, well, we also haven't let go of these things. And the fact that they're still being talked about and still being argued, maybe not as well, but at least we haven't brushed them aside either. I don't know if that connects to your thinking, but that to me is the push and pull of that dilemma, that dichotomy of these issues still being relevant or not,
It's a constant ongoing struggle.
Yeah.
You take 2 steps forward, you take 1 step back, but you have to maintain an emphasis towards progress and movement and focusing on that which is important and not giving up.
Right. Not giving up.
Absolutely.
Not giving up.
Absolutely. That was great. David, I want to get back to Senator Kennedy himself. I think one of the things you did, I really enjoyed it, and I actually, now that I know I can go back and watch it again, I'm going to try and do that. But I believe that one of the things that makes Bobby Kennedy so fascinating and complex is that he's one of those rare leaders that really he wasn't afraid to change his mind and his positions, and we see him during the course of his public life, probably from the early 50s until his death, admitting past mistakes, taking new positions. I'm thinking of stance on communism, the McCarthy hearings, Vietnam, civil rights. I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit and how you dealt with that in the show. And I'm interested to hear what some of the all the other panelists have to say as well. I guess they called it the 2 Bobbies.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. That was many people in the family, those who knew him well, there wasn't 2 Bobbies. There were all the elements that gave him that empathy and that compassion and the ability to change his mind were always there. And it was circumstances, life and learning that made him see things differently and adapt. But the core of that ability to do that, or the was always there. He was always empathetic. I think he, as the 7th of 9 children, he was called the runt by his father. He had a lot to live up to. And so he identified often with the underdog. But he was as was mentioned, the competitive nature that was in him. And so there was I don't think there were 2 Bobbies. There were maybe 4 or 5, but they weren't changing. They were all there from the start, and different aspects of his personality kind of came to light more, in the softer side, certainly by the end. He wasn't, but I think he learned, he gained experience and was ready to make a change because he wasn't driven by ego on the level that you have to have a lot of ego to run for president, or to do a 1-person play about a president, I suppose. But but it was not his. It was his ability to see what was in front of him, to go, oh, that's what's going on here. I need to change in order to address what's going on here.
If I could jump in there.
Yeah.
Again, we have to almost take just a second and go back to inaugural 1961 when John Kennedy becomes president. And of course, he got his brother as the Attorney General. And in fact, my father used to write about that if you're ever going to go work for the Justice Department, by all means do it when the president's brother is the Attorney General. Because as they used to say, the chain of command was pretty short. I mean, my father had a distinct impression that if he said something to Burke Marshall said it to Robert Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy said it to the president. And that kind of atmosphere was telling. And in my father, what Mike mentioned, my father at that time was going down into various counties in the South, and he was taking the affidavits of African Americans who were trying to register to vote. This is in 1960, and he did it. He took an affidavit of sharecropper by the name of Francis Joseph Atlas. And he wrote a lengthy, it was this long statement and a complicated affidavit, a series of facts, and what Francis Joseph Atlas had tried to do to register to vote, and then what happened when he couldn't get his cotton ginned, because, of course, the people that were in power made it incredibly difficult for this man, I think, who had 12 children, fantastic, all educated, great, tremendous person. And he wrote this, and Robert Kennedy read that affidavit shortly after the inaugural. We know that because his signature is written up on the top of it. And it's just to what you're saying, he was moved by that. He always had a sense of unfairness, wanted to see that justice would prevail. And when he read it, it was compelling enough for him to say, we want to move on this and we want to do more. And that was what I was trying to get at. He would go down to say to Burke, we need more cases, more. We want to get after right away. They were committed to, at least my father's view, to civil rights. And they worked hard at that again. And we did make, the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act were tremendous accomplishments. Still more to do today, no question. Equal opportunity, equal justice is an ongoing effort. But it was really interesting. And as you say, David, how Robert Kennedy evolved and Mike also said it, that ability to tell an audience maybe not necessarily what they wanted to hear. That's a sign of a great politician, to get the audience to say, wait a minute, maybe we ought to take a different look at this because of his sincerity and his authenticity. So that resonated with me as a boy. I could feel it, and my father often talked about it and written about it. So I really think your play does a lot to try to capture that, David. So I compliment you.
Oh, thank you.
I would just pick up on that and say, the greatest among us are people, leaders who, when they're confronted with facts, evolve and grow and change their minds and don't lie about them and deny them or create an alternative reality. And I think I don't look at there being, because I'm terribly biased, but I don't look at there being, never looked at there being two Bobbies. There was a person who was 25 and worked for Joe McCarthy, and who among us who was 25 is not, if we haven't changed when we're 25, we're terrible. So he became, you grow, and I think he grew, and the constant in his personality was his fierceness to it, whatever it was he was supporting. And as he evolved, he applied that fierceness to different causes. There's I think it's in the play, there's the quote that he used to use in his speeches was to, our goal, our mission on life is to tame the savageness of man.
I think we froze there. Yes,
Together.
Yeah.
Lots of the things is what he faced problems head on, and he challenged people to resolve those problems in a peaceful way, even if it unsettled them, by appealing, as he used to say, appealing to the better nature of man. And I think of him as, if the metaphor, he's really a bridge himself. He had a unique ability at the times to appeal to people of totally opposite points of view and economic status and social status in the country. He appealed to blacks. He appealed to poor working whites who were threatened by blacks. He appealed to the same people that George Wallace was appealing to in 1968. And he had what made him appealable to, attractive to upper middle class or intelligent people in the intelligentsia, was this potential for being a bridge of a cross section of people, to bring those people afflicted by the same problems, but probably hating each other to some extent, to get them to see a common purpose and I think, you can't fool somebody to making you think they're sincere. If you're appealing to some poor white person in Appalachia and some poor hardworking black person in Gary, Indiana, that you can't fool them. If they think you're sincere, they can know it, they smell it. It's not something that's an intellectual exercise. And he did that in a very uncommon way that we haven't really seen too much, if at all, since then, and which we're sorely lacking. I mean, what person goes to a college audience and says the college draft deferment is obscene? Who does that these days? Nobody. Everybody. Most people say to audiences what they think the audience wants to hear, and that's a quality that we need and we're sorely missing, I think.
Thanks, Mike. Mike, can you talk a little bit about? I was fascinated about how you and Dick Goodwin, how you were working for McCarthy at first, and
well, he was the only alternative.
Only guy, yeah.
And so Goodwin, who was very, very, very close. One of the things the play makes clear is we need better speechwriters today. I mean, Robert Kennedy didn't write all those speeches.
Yeah,
they were written by great speechwriters, but he had nowhere to go. And Goodwin was an adjunct professor, and he would go up on weekends and counsel McCarthy and work with him. And I dragged along sometimes to just work in precincts and stuff. And then Goodwin challenged me, in effect. What are you gonna do? You gonna sit, or do you want to sit here, or do you want to do this? And I was fortunate. I got a leave of absence from school and just took off for 3 months. And but everybody in the McCarthy campaign knew that if Robert Kennedy entered the race, Dick Goodwin was gone. Mm-hmm. And so there was a certain taint about being associated with him because everybody kind of looked at you, askance. And when he stayed on for McCarthy for a couple of weeks until after Johnson left the race, until after Dr. King was murdered, and then he left and was very close to Senator Kennedy.
I think you're absolutely right about the speechwriters then versus now. They definitely magic. Judge Stevens, can you add to that just about the ability of and both Mike and Burke talked about the how politicians that are genuine that will go and tell an audience probably what they don't want to hear. Something lacking in today's political environment, and how unique Bobby Kennedy was with his honesty in admitting and adapting his positions.
Well, certainly in my view, a point of quality in character is the ability to admit when you're wrong, to be able to identify a mistake that you made, and more so, an example of brilliance of the evidence of character is to be able to change and evolve as a result of identifying the mistake. Bobby wasn't perfect. He made mistakes. I think he regretted, for example, authorizing Hoover to put a tap on Martin Luther King's phone. He developed very close relationships with the King family, and he was a very adamant supporter of the civil rights movement. And for example, he was very influential in protecting the Freedom Riders when they were in Alabama. He was he specifically got involved with speaking to Martin Luther King when he was at First Baptist Church in Montgomery to stay where he was so that federal troops could assist him in getting out without getting killed. But on the other hand, people scratched their heads with the idea that he actually authorized the tapping of Martin Luther King's phone, which Hoover took a bit further than the specific authorization. I think Robert Kennedy, I think Bobby Kennedy, with the advice that he gave to his brother regarding the Vietnam War, evolved. He became a very strong advocate against the war, but he appreciated that he was involved in the early beginnings of Americans' involvement in the effort. I think that one of the qualities which Robert exemplified in a very brilliant manner, and which was picked up in David's play, was a quality of being able to identify mistakes, admit mistakes, and evolve from them, which is something which, to some extent, may be lacking in our political discourse today, where we reach a point where you never admit an error. You can never admit that you were wrong, essentially not publicly, because it's an expression of weakness. And I don't think that's necessarily a quality of strength.
I think.
Go ahead,
Sorry, I
David.
didn't mean to interrupt
Go
you.
ahead,
I was going to say that Bobby read in the Greeks, and he quoted it in the speeches, that from Sophocles, that all men make mistakes, but a good man yields when he knows his course is wrong. And I believe that he didn't ever, it'd be interesting to know what he thought about it now, but at the time, changing an opinion was, I'm sure in his mind anyway, was a badge, showed intelligence and showed a willingness to adapt. And it wasn't,
exactly.
It wouldn't have been considered from his perspective, certainly even ever a weakness.
Yeah, not a flip-flop. He wasn't afraid of that. Yeah. Actually, David, we have a question for you from one of our viewers. And that is Newfield's memoir on RFK discusses his focus and preoccupation on death and the influence of Camus. Did that inform some of your portrayal?
I read Newfield's book. There's some quote I wish I'm not sure I'll remember, but some talking about differencing of how Bobby evolved a little, and someone asked him a question about an opinion he had, and I don't remember what the circumstances were, but the questioner said, "But that's not what you said before," and he said, "Well, I hadn't read Camus yet." So he, after Jack's death, he went into a really dark period, and what helped pull him out was reading existentialism and the Greeks, and giving him a kind of perspective of the nature of life, a little bit of the nature, and this perhaps is also going to what we were talking about, the nature of hubris, and how one is responsible for their actions, and how that perhaps correcting those actions can make a difference for the world and for your own future.
Just a piece of bibliography. After you all see David's play,
Yes.
there's I don't know the name of it. There's a documentary that captures the integration of Old Miss by the two students that were there. And it flashes back and forth between Robert Kennedy's office, where he's sitting on the phone with the governor or with Nick Katzenbach and Burke's father that are down in Mississippi, and the strategic thinking and the common sense thinking that's going on in developing the decision making for that. It's an interesting chance to see his mind.
It was a documentary made at the time. It's not a.
Yeah, it's made at the time. There was film crews inside of his office. There were film crews down there. There's a very interesting scene with Burke's dad and the two students who were admitted,
James Meredith.
and
Yeah.
the Vivian, I can't remember her last name, and counseling those students. And people may not know this, but Burke's dad actually lived with James Meredith for a few weeks in his dorm to make sure he was safe for a while he was going to classes. That is that's kind of a Robert Kennedy-esque assignment in a certain way. Get down there, do it. Don't trust anybody else. Do it yourself and get it done.
I was going to take back to something Judge Stevens said, and thinking about some of the mistakes that Robert Kennedy, I think, would say that he did, how he evolved. I think what's most telling about your play, David, and one of them is for our young audience, you have to appreciate that Robert Kennedy got into the 1968 election very late. He announces in March. If you watch the play, David takes us through that. And in early April, 3 weeks later, Dr. King is assassinated. And Robert Kennedy is in Indianapolis that night. And you're right, Mike, that he had a lot of good speechwriters, but I suspect, or I'm fairly confident knowing that what he said in Indianapolis the night of Dr. King's death and assassination, talk about authentic, talk about really believable, and probably many people might have advised him not to do it. He didn't. He felt this was exactly what needed to be said. And his admiration for Dr. King comes through in that night, especially when he talks about the importance of bringing people together, of trying to. He loved that quote, and I think, Mike, you know it from South Africa, where he said, "Let no one be discouraged by the tremendous array of the world's ills. Few among us will have the greatness to bend history, but each of us can work in our own way to change a small portion of events, and the sum total be written the history of the world." That idea that the individual can do it, and that's where my dad was that appealed to my father. That sense of service, that sense of maybe we're going to take a run at this, and it's going to be difficult, but we're going to keep at it until we see if we can make a difference. And Robert Kennedy really had an ability to inspire young people to believe in that kind of cause. And it was really, I think, unique, as I think all of you pointed out. I think it comes through somewhat, David, in your play, but in a lot of the history is written about him. So I thought that I just took what you were referring to, Judge Stevens, and I thought I'd just pick up on what you were saying. But anyway, that's
Thanks, Burke.
Get into Ole Miss now. That's complicated.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're coming up on the top of the hour. I've really learned a lot, and it's a great topic. David's play was absolutely fantastic, and I'll again remind folks, if they haven't already seen it, they still can buy it, activate it today before midnight, and watch it in the next 48 hours. But why don't we, if everyone, we can go around the horn, just give some parting comments, and then we'll toss it back to Tracy. Judge, do you have any things in as we end our discussion here?
Well, history is important. And I'm about to write an article in response to what I view as being some revisionist different interpretations of our Constitution and how it addressed slavery. But I think one of the important aspects of David's work is that the history of our country is very important to keep prominent in evaluating our present situation and our present controversies on a national level and as well as individually. And that integrity, genuineness, truth is also still prominent and still important despite the decreased emphasis. You know, we live in a era of politics where there's a lot of spin, there's a lot of reconstruction, and one of the emphasis in the play, as depicted in Kennedy's life, is, as we've talked about, a sincerity and a genuineness and an integrity as to your need to, as a politician, provide service to the people. I could go on, but I think I want to give someone else some time to talk to.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Mike, how about you?
Well, I would just taking off from what Judge Stevens said. Sadly, I think that we aren't very good at learning the lessons of history because we have so much national hubris, unfortunately. And to me, as growing up age in the Vietnam War period, and thinking about the centrality, the central lesson of you can't remake the world in your image. It's a lesson that, you know, we don't really learn. I don't want to be too political here, but we don't really learn. We haven't really learned. And in some senses, Robert Kennedy understood it in this sense. You can lead the world to follow you by standing for good things and values, and the bona fides of your arguments and your reasoning. You don't have to pound the rest of the world into being like you. And I think maybe one of these days, if we all read a lot more history, maybe we'll learn that lesson.
Thanks, Mike. And Judge, I want to apologize to you. I may have given the shush movement while you were speaking. It wasn't towards you. It was one of my family members who was trying to enter the room. So this is one of the wonderful things about live entertainment. Burke, how about you?
Well, first of all, again, Tracy, thanks for putting this together. It's a pleasure to be with all of you on this panel. It's really interesting. You have to appreciate my name is Burke, and that's because I'm named after Burke Marshall. So talk about a suck up. So my father named me after his boss. But I think about that every day, about what a man Burke Marshall was. And what's interesting about him is that, as Chuck knows the story very well, Harris Walford was really the inside candidate to run the Civil Rights Division. And he didn't get the job. And Burke Marshall, dude, who was a lawyer working for IBM and incredibly smart, but very shy man. And the reason I tell you the story is because I think what Robert Kennedy was very good at was attracting bright people, energetic people, but take my father out of it. And Burke was such a tremendous example of that. And his contributions to the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act under his leadership is really significant in my family. And my father's friendship, and Mike knows it very well, with Burke Marshall is one of the most significant aspects of my father's life. And the last part of this story, for those of you, is my father was a Republican from Wisconsin. He actually started with Eisenhower. And Robert Kennedy and Burke Marshall didn't throw him out. They said, well, look at the work he's done in 6 months. And that appeals today. It might be a message that somehow that bringing the country together and recognizing that not to be, as everything has to be so partisan. Has always been something that's been on my mind for years. And many people are very stunned when I have to tell them, well, just 1 second, you have to realize that my father was a Republican. And Burke Marshall was about as liberal as you get. And they were best friends, tremendous admiration for each other because they had something hard to do and they were working at it under Robert Kennedy's leadership. So David, a tribute to this play because it's great for young people, particularly to see it and study the times. And again, thanks to all of you for being on. Good luck.
Thank you, Burke. Mike, actually, I have a quick question for you from one of our viewers. One of our viewers asked, how would history have treated RFK had he been elected and become president based on your personal knowledge of him?
My personal knowledge is not, there's no personal knowledge. It's all studied. Yeah. But no, I think he was committed to ending the war and ending it not 6 years later after another 30,000 Americans were killed and millions of Southeast Asians were killed. So I think that would have been a dramatic difference. And I think it would have, the 70s would not have been what they were. They would have been years where we were 50 years ago addressing our problems. But, it is what it is. It changed the course of history immensely in my view.
Thanks, Mike. David, I'll let you get the last word also, but if you have anything you'd like to add, first of all, thank you so much for bringing your art to the Playhouse. Thanks for working with Tracy and her staff to be flexible. I think it really worked out incredibly well. The viewing option, given what we're all going through right now, no stopping us, but really appreciative, and I hope that we have you back at the Playhouse soon. But just wanted to give you a few moments to wrap up with any last thoughts.
Well, I certainly look forward to a chance to be working at the Playhouse with real people, and it's so nice and such an honor to be part of this panel. I wish it too were in person, because it would have been a really interesting discussion, and such a pleasure to meet you all. Tracy and the staff of the Playhouse have been wonderful, and it's been actually a great opportunity to reimagine the play. So despite being frustrated by the fact that we couldn't do it in the manner that it was originally written, it's also given us some opportunities to see it in a different way. I guess my last thing to just say about Bob and about the things we've been talking about is that I certainly hope the play is not just informative, but can be uplifting, that we can say that these fights still have to be fought, that personal responsibility is still immensely important, and it doesn't mean that you have to be out there and be an activist, but it does mean that you have to be part of. Here we are in a society that is limited now to screens and virtual experiences, but that doesn't take the pressure off us from being part of a community, supporting our local theaters, supporting the activities that make our community important, be they schools, be they stop signs, and most importantly, now we have the opportunity. Voting is important, but the commitment to our community, justice for all, is truly justice for all, and that's what we need to. Again, I don't advocate everyone has to be out there being an activist, but you have to be involved. You have to know what's going on. You have to vote. And if the inspiration of Bob Kennedy's campaign in 1968 did that for that community, I hope this play does it a little bit for our community now. And I hope that the politicians running currently and in the future will take that mantle on and let's be involved.
Great.
Let's be involved.
Thanks, David. Thank you so much. Thanks again for bringing your art to the Playhouse. Thank you, Burke. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Barry. This has been a great discussion. As I said, I learned a lot, and just a great topic. And I also want to thank all those who have tuned in today to watch this discussion, and those who are going to tune in the future to watch it. We live through really challenging times right now, and there's so much that we have to keep our eye on. David just talked about it, about being involved in our community. But I'm going to actually make a specific plea for folks' continued support of the arts, not just the Playhouse and Park, which is a great organization that adds so much to West Hartford, but to all arts in our communities. We want to make sure that when we come out on the other end of what we're going through now, that the arts are still going to be there for us. If you have an opportunity to hire a singer, a painter, or any other performer, please do it. There's no art without artists. But again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the Playhouse. Take care.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah, that's right.